So I'm just gonna start by introducing myself before we go into the presentation itself. So my name is, sorry, just okay. I guess everyone now is here and others will find us along the way. My name is Ernest Makua. I'm a transformation facilitator from the RMI TED. The RMI TED, some of you say is the RMI TED. So the correct way to spell it is to say RMI TED, which stands for the Red Meat Institute for Transformation and Enterprises Development. So I work mainly with the farmers and other stakeholders within the red meat industry. So I'm going to share with you now the slides for the presentation that we're going to be having. If you have a question, could you please just raise your hand, and then we will have a discussion session just after the presentation. So just to clarify other issues or to clarify other questions that you may have. I'm just going to share with you now my presentation. Please let me know if you could see my slide on your screen.
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. Okay. As I introduced myself, I'm Ernest Makua. I'm from the RMI TED. So my presentation today, I'm gonna be navigating you guys through the implementation of a cattle breeding program, of which it plays a crucial role in terms of making profit in your farm. So you'd want to integrate everything, especially the breeding strategy. It should be integrated in such a way that it can make things much easier for you as a farmer, so that you can be able to manage your day-to-day duties very well without having any major challenge. Okay, so what is the purpose of a breeding program? That is a question that you must ask yourself as a farmer who doesn't have it yet, or even those who have the breeding program. First of all, they had to understand the purpose first. So the purpose of a breeding program is to get the maximum possible percentage of the available heifers that you have in your farm, as well as the cows pregnant in a relatively short period, as cost effective as possible. So you would want to make sure that your breeding program is integrated in such a way that all the heifers that you have in your farm and also the cows, they are bred in more or less same period, so that the calving season is also integrated. When they start calving, they will calve in more or less the same time. So this is the main use to measure, is used to ensure that the cows calve within a short period of time, in order to also utilize the natural grazing most effectively. You know that most of our areas or across the country, we mainly experience the summer rainfall. And during the summer rainfall, you have your grasses green, meaning that there's enough vitamin A and protein for the animal to complement their body condition score. And this is the most important management goal for the profitability of your cattle farming. So the 12-month production cycle is divided into 4 distinct production periods, which make it possible to better plan for and also manage production during and also after the calving period. And during each production period, a specific management action must be implemented at a critical control point to obtain a successful outcome. So meaning that when you're preparing your cows, also your bowl that is going to make the cows and heifers, you must ensure that they are all in good condition so that in such a way you are not going to experience a low conception growth that may come as an effect of a poor body condition score. So the question is now, what actually is your breeding season? So the breeding season is for you to choose. It's not one size fits all type of an arrangement. So you'll have to choose as a farmer as to which breeding season fit you as a farmer, depending on your location and the timing of rainfall from your side. So we have got both of them. We have got summer breeding season, which would normally start from November and end in February. Sometimes it can also end towards the mid of March. And the calving season thereof would be expected to be during September and towards the end of November. And for those who will choose to go with winter breeding season, they will have to start their breeding season in June, in between June and August. And then they will expect their cows and heifers to calve somewhere in between May and July. That is for those who are likely to choose to go with a winter breeding season. So now I'm going to highlight for you some of the advantages that you may come across if you choose to go with either one of the options that you have there, which are winter and summer breeding season. So starting with summer breeding season, what are the advantages? What are the complementary factors that you may come across as a farmer if you choose to go with that one? So number one, the nutritional requirements of cows coincide with the peak production period of natural pastures in a way then giving you a higher winning weight. So to explain this further, for example, you'd know that, like I said, in summer, you have your grasses green, you have your vitamin there in the green grass, the carotene pigment that you see on the grass, the green pigment that tells you that there's enough vitamin A in the grasses, and also there's enough complementary protein to give a good body condition score to your cows. So that is an advantage. And number two, the cows are normally in good condition during midsummer and resulting in higher conception rate. This is very important to note because as we go ahead with the presentation, I'm going to make some demonstrations with regard to the body condition score. There is a very strong relationship between the body condition score and the conception rate of cattle, of cows and heifers, so to speak. So this is one of the important advantage that those who will choose the summer breeding season, they'll enjoy the benefits of. And then number three, you will have less supplementary feeding needed during that season. So meaning that because you have your grasses green, you have enough rainfall in your area, because it's summer by its nature, then the grasses are green. So then you don't have to buy more supplementary feeding to feed your cattle. So you don't have to spend more. You don't need too much financial muscle to complement your animals in terms of buying enough feed. So that is very important as well. And number 4, you have the period of cows' peak nutritional requirements coincide with peak production period of natural grazing. That link up to the second advantage that I highlighted for you there. So I won't go much more into detail because the advantage coincide with that one. And the last one that I have there could be more. The last one that I have there is the period of cows' lowest nutritional requirements. This is after weaning, coincide with the low production period of natural grazing, of which is winter, subsequently resulting in a less supplementation needed during winter. So I guess that one should be self-explanatory. So now the summer breeding season, it has a lot of advantages, but well, it also has some disadvantages. To mention few, so here are a few advantages that I want to discuss with you. Number 1, it will be that of the internal and external parasite load is very high in summer because there's high rainfall, the grass is green. So the tick control is highly required, meaning that you're going to have to spend a lot of your money. Most of your spending will go into buying medication to control ticks, to control tick infestation, to ensure that they don't interfere with your cattle management program or your cattle body condition score, or even spreading some diseases. So therefore, you'll be required to ensure that you have a good tick control program implemented during this season. Number 2 is the growth rate. The growth rate during period directly after weaning is low, meaning that most of the time you know that the weaning period is mostly happening just around winter period when the grass is no longer green. So you will be expected to ensure that you buy some supplementary feeding for your cattle, number 1, but also for your weaning calves, because now you're gonna be expected to ensure that those winners, they don't find themselves subjected to an environment whereby they have stress in terms of feeding, they lose their body condition. Sometimes, at times, you'll find them having problems in terms of pneumonia. So you'll be expected to ensure that during that period, you have a supplementary feeding for your winners. And the last one there is that the summer drought might mean lower conception rate, and that is due to the poor condition of cows in the breeding season. This is subject to other areas. It's not a one-size-fits-all type of a situation as well. It depends on your area. If you find yourself in a very drought area, even during the summer times, you may experience lower rainfall, and then as a result, you might not have enough grass growing in your area, and you may as well would have to be forced to sort of like buy supplementary feeding even during your summer season. So meaning then during summer, you won't enjoy the benefits of summer green grasses that other farmers may be experiencing due to the low rainfall in your side, whereas in their side they are having enough rainfall. So you'll have to take that into consideration as well. That's why I'm saying it's not one size fits all. So you're going to have to evaluate the situation from your area in terms of the availability of rainfall. When is the start of rainfall? When is the end of it? A type of grasses that grows there. You have to know those things. So now For those who will choose to go with the winter breeding season, you also have some advantages. So I picked two of them there that I could find. Amongst others, it includes there's excess crop residues and hay that can be utilized by your livestock or by your cattle in this instance. So meaning for those ones, it's not applicable to everyone because it's not all the farmers who are having the crop side of it. So whereby they'll crop some maize, they'll crop other crops. And then just after during the winter season, they can allow their cattle to feed themselves on the crop residues that they may have remained in the camps. So if you don't have that, then that advantage doesn't apply to you. But if you do, well, you enjoy the benefits of that advantage. So then you'll have to know your story. You'll have to know if that is going to work for you or not, depending on those elements. And number two is the parasite load. The parasite load is quite lower during winter season because it's called the ticks don't breed that much, or some they don't breed at all. So meaning that you're gonna be saving in terms of buying medication for dosing and also medication for costs. For deeping, the cost of buying deep from the cooperatives, then you'll be saving in terms of buying those medication. So then that's another advantage if you choose to go with the winter breeding season. You will enjoy, but it also has some disadvantages. Excuse me, I just want to drink some water. Okay. The disadvantages of the winter breeding season, it includes the cows are normally in poor condition at breeding, and this will subsequently result in a lower conception rate. So this alludes to what I've already mentioned earlier on with regard to the body condition score. So because for the mere fact that the grass is very dry, then there's not enough protein, then you'll have to buy more supplementary feeding to ensure that you complement your heifers and your cows. That is in inclusion of your bulls as well, a body condition score. So the disadvantage is that, well, if you rely more on natural grazing, then you'll have your cows in a very poor body condition score, and which will result in poor conception rate during breeding season. And that is not only the breeding season, but also in the calving season, because the calving season also need your body condition score to be in an acceptable level. So that is very key. And the second disadvantage is, well, I've already alluded to that, is of that you need to have enough budget to buy enough supplements for your cattle so that they can gain weight and then maintain their body condition. So with those advantages that I've mentioned of summer breeding season and your winter breeding season, you'll have to say to yourself that which one is better for you depending on your area. But I'm also going to give my input based on that as well as to which one would I advise you as farmers to choose based on the elements that I'm going to mention on my slides that are coming. So now I'm just gonna highlight the critical control points in breeding season. So the critical point number one will be the management of your bull. That is very important. You need to ensure that your bull is in a very good condition so that by the time you put it in a breeding season, it's able to perform at an optimal level, at a level whereby by the time the breeding season is over, the heifers and the cows will be pregnant as you would expect them to be. So you must ensure that you give your bull supplementary feeding, some injectables that would complement it in terms of ensuring that the fertility stay intact. So that's a very key element. You need to ensure that your bulls they are in a very good condition. That includes the structural, the structure of your bull must be of that it will be acceptable, because you don't want to have a bull that is injured. And when the ball is injured, therefore it will have problems when it has to go and mount the cows that are on heat during that breeding season, because it will mean that it will have to worry about the pains that it will be going through during the breeding season. And number two, management of cows. So with management of cows, it is expected that 60 of your cows must conceive during the first 21 days of your breeding season. So this speaks to also your bull. It's not about the cows alone. If your bull is of poor quality, then and your cows won't be able to conceive. And also your bull to cows ratio, it must be balanced in such a way that is acceptable and is realistic with the scientific theory. So you can't, and also practical, you can't put one bull with 100 cows and expect it to be able to make them pregnant in that season. So I'm going to discuss that into detail in my next slide. Point number three, it goes to management of first calf cows. What are first calf cows? The first calf cows speaks to the cows that have only one calf, have only calved once. So with those ones as well, we are expecting them to have 60% of calf conception rate within the first 21 days of their second breeding season. So if that doesn't happen, then you must know that there's a problem. It's either with the cows or it's either with the bull. So you must ensure that you look out for those things. And number four is the management of heifers. Heifers, they are still fresh, they're still flexible, their reproductive system is still intact. So the expectations are that 85% of the heifers must conceive during the first 21 days of the first breeding season, because so they are still young. So you don't expect them to, you wouldn't expect them to take too long to conceive, because they are still yet to have a calf. So but you must also put in consideration that you must also prepare them better to ensure that there is no disease like brucellosis that it might interfere as well with the whole breeding season or even after. And also the body condition score is also of in an acceptable level that is not going to interfere with the conception rate. And going to point number 5, the effective of vaccination of calves, exactly what I've just alluded to. So the calf must be protected against the broad spectrum clostridial disease through vaccination, which will ensure that no calves are lost through black quarter. Black quarter is one of the broad spectrum clostridial diseases. Black quarter and your botulism, you must ensure that you vaccinate for that to ensure that you don't have a problem during your breeding season. That is very critical. And number 6 goes to optimal growth of cows before weaning. The cows must maintain an average daily gain of 0.8 to 1 kg per day during the fast growing period. So, but that is also subject to the feeding as well. You must ensure that you are also ensuring that the internal parasite is also controlled better, and also ensure that the supplementary feeding or injectables that can boost the growth of the calves is also given to the calves. So that is very key as well. So now I'm going to take you into 12 months of a breeding cycle. 12 months of a breeding cycle. So we have a 12 months of a breeding cycle where you are expecting that a cow must always give you one calf in every 12 months, meaning one calf a year. So in order to achieve this, you will need to have a very good program or management program in place to ensure that your breeding program, because it always link up to your nutrition, it links up to the disease control as well. So if those things, they are not in good place, you always have some shortfalls. So I'm going to take you into this program of 12 months. I'll start it from September, of which in the main it will be the calving season, and I'll end it with August, of which it will be the dry season. I'm also going to highlight some of the things that you need to pay attention to, especially in terms of feed supplements. So the diagram that I have here, I got it from Afrivet. So that is a very nice demonstration of how to look. How should your breeding program look like? So starting from September. In September, you know that is the start of a rain. At some areas, the rainfall would start a little bit later towards November, but depending on where you are. But what is key for you to know is that during this spring season, you must ensure that your supplements for production legs, of which they will have more of a energy in the ration, so to ensure that more energy is given to the cows immediately after calving, so that they can be able to regroup and be able to quickly be in heat, so that it shouldn't be delayed, and then find yourself that you're in a situation whereby your cattle, they take too long to be in heat, because that will be obviously of the body condition score. Sometimes it will be of other factors, but you must always ensure that you supplement for those production leaks. And then you go to your December to February season, of which in the May it will be your summer breeding season. Then you'll be expected to supplement for phosphate, phosphorus, because by nature of our areas, we are lacking phosphorus from our soil, from our land. But during that season, the grass is green. There is enough protein on the grass, as you see by the color, and then there's also enough protein, of which is very complementary to the body condition score of the cattle. So during this season, you must make sure that you supplement for phosphate. As for protein, it will be enough from your natural grazing. And then from March to May, you'll have your March, your winning season. So during this winning season is whereby you separate your cow with your calves. So it happens in the main around, you can do it around 7 to 8 months. Some they do it from 6 to 8 months, depending on your management program. But you must just be careful that you don't subject your heifers or your calves to stress. You have a good program in place to manage your diseases, to manage your weaning shock by using the creep feeding. So this is very instrumental in ensuring that there is no weaning shock that take place, especially on your calves. But for the cows, you must ensure that you supplement for winter leaks. The winter leaks, they are in the main dominant. Well, they are in the main supposed to have protein within them, because the grass is very dry, so the grass doesn't have enough protein. And at some areas or some other farmers, they'll also go to the cooperatives or the cooperatives and buy some supplementary feeding that will help in breaking down the dry grass and then converting it into a protein, so that it can be easily digestible into the stomach of the animal, and animal can convert that into protein. But without that supplement, I won't mention those supplements by name, otherwise I'm going to be referring you to the specific enterprise. So, but you must just find out from your nearest cooperatives as to which supplements that will help in breaking down the grasses that is dry, helping to digest it, so that the animal can be able to convert it into protein. So you need to find out. And then you go to your June to August season, of which is your winter, just towards the tail end of your winter season. So you need to ensure that you also continue supplementation of winter leeks, because the grass at that point is still dry. So you wouldn't have to take that risk that you can just leave them as they are and then allow them to graze, and whereas there is not enough protein from the grass. So you'll have to ensure that you buy enough supplementary feeding that will be your winter leeks, that has got more of protein in it. So yes. So I'm going to break down this program from September to August into more detail so that you can understand as to what needs to be happening during this season as you implement your breeding program. As you see that this one that I have with me here is more favorable to the summer breeding program, but I'll give you a reason as we progress with the presentation. Okay, excuse me, I just want to have a little bit of water. Right. So my program is starting from September. For the simple reason that during September is the calving season in the main for your heifers, especially the heifers, because you would know that the heifers, they are bred a month earlier than the cows, so that we give them time to recover during the struggle of or the issues whereby they will experience some dystocia, difficulty in calving. So some of them, their reproductive organs or the reproductive system might be damaged. So you need to give them enough time to recover. So during this season, you're expecting that the heifers, they're going to start calving. And then you're going to have to ensure that you provide extra feed if necessary to the heifers, and because it's towards the end tail of your winter season, you have to give the winter leeks, and also ensure that you deworm for internal parasites. So amongst other things that you must observe is the calving difficulties that I have already alluded to, and in the main you'll have a retained placenta, which will take within the 24 hours of calving, and this might be caused by sometimes some elements of overfed in a cow. Sometimes it could be the stress during calving. It could be also the deficiency of your calcium, vitamin A, and selenium, of which they are very complementary to the reproduction system and also the growth and development of the fetus during the pregnancy season. And at some point, it could be a problem that is associated with a reproduction tract during the pregnancy. So you need to watch out for those things and ensure that you prepare in time and ensure that you don't experience a lot of those problems. But by nature of those heifers being the first calf heifers or calving for the first time, you'll from time to time have some problems like difficulty in calving. So if necessary, at least have someone who's going to look out for them, because you'll know that this is a breeding season or it's a calving season, so to speak. Then someone must be employed permanently to look out for those problems so that you don't find yourself caught up in a situation whereby your heifers, most of them, they abort or they give birth to heifers that don't last in terms of survival. So you need to watch out for those things. And each calf should receive 4 liters of colostrum within the first 6 hours of birth. this is the gospel that we preach to the farmers all the time, that the colostrum is very important. So you must ensure that you give your cattle enough colostrum within the first 6 hours, because it plays a very important role in terms of provision of nutrients that helps to defend the calves against some diseases. So you must make sure that, especially with the heifers, sometimes because they are calving for the first time, they will calve and then they'll leave their calf there and then they'll just walk around. And then from time to time, you must make sure that that calf, it gets colostrum within that 6 hours. And so you must also ensure that you weigh your calf within 3 days of birth. And also you have your ear tags. You ear tag them, you identify them, ensure that you're recording them on the right records. You must have your record keeping books in place. With that record keeping book, you can manage a farm. So if you can't record it, likewise, they say you can't manage it. So you must be able to record all those things in your record keeping book, so that you can always be able to refer back and then know which calf belongs to which dam, or which calf belong to which cow. So and also when there's some problems of diseases, you can always be able to track back. So amongst other things that you must also pay attention to is the role of the ball itself, the preparator of the ball. The bulls that you may have already in your farm, you must ensure that you restore their body condition score. Make sure that the bull have the supplementary feed, but that they are not also overfed on supplements, as it can cause some liminitis. That is inflammation of the feet of the bull. So when the bulls are overfed, they sometimes tend to have that condition, and then it will have some inflammation, and that can lead to a poor mating during the breeding season. So, or it will completely prevent them from mating. So you don't want to have such situation. And you must also know that the fertility of a bull, even if it's a bull that you've been using for a very long time, the fertility of a bull can change over time. So therefore, you have to invite a vet or a veterinary to do what we call the breeding soundness evaluation. So what is the breeding soundness evaluation? The breeding soundness is basically a examination of the bull that will result in the prediction of the fertility potential of the bull. If you put the bull in the yard with 30 cows, will the bull be able to make those cows conceive for the entire breeding season? Those are the things that the vet will be able to tell you that this one is fit to stand the period of breeding season or not. And then so that you can be able to ensure that the principle of having one calf a year as a cattle farmer is applicable in your farm as well. And that is best done 30 to 60 days prior to your breeding season. And another thing that you must pay attention of is the examination of the reproductive system. If the parts are normal, they can, some of the bulls, they can along the way start developing problems with the reproductive system, and then the vet will be able to tell you of those physiologies. And semen analysis is also done by the vet to check if there are enough semen alive and normal for optimal pregnancy rate. So during this season, you must also ensure that the tick control is also implemented, because it can also interfere with your bull in terms of gaining enough strength that it will require during the breeding season, but also in terms of spreading some diseases. So it's key to watch out for those things. So now we came to the very important part of presentation, especially with regard to the bull structure. You must also ensure that you watch out for these physiologies when you buy your ball, because at times as farmers, you just because I'm talking from a little bit of experience, because I grew up as a headman. I grew up as a headman at home, so I know these cycles. So you buy a ball from someone, you don't check for any problems, you take a ball with your cows, but at the end, you end up having a very low conception rate of, for example, if you have 30 cows in your head, and you end up only with maybe, let's say, 10 of them pregnant, or even lesser than that. So you need to check out for bull sheath. It shouldn't be too short or too long, because if it's too long, uh, it's more prone to injuries or infections from grasses or other foreign objects. So you should avoid that by all means. And some breeds are more susceptible to the problems, and the bias of those breeds, depending from one breed to the other, the other breeds are more susceptible to either having longer sheath or even having a shorter sheath. So when you buy looking at those breeds, you must also watch out for those features, so that you don't find yourself buying something with a lot of money, then it doesn't help. It doesn't even help you in terms of ensuring that your heifers and cows during the breeding season, they get higher conception rate. And the bulls who let their pupils, I don't know if there's a better way to describe it, but the pupils, we find it inside the sheath. It's the one that the bull uses during the breeding season. If you find that the bull hangs it out for a long period of time, that bull should be regarded as having some serious structural faults. So if you're having such a bull in your head, you must start having some questions, and you must want answers. And where can you get the answers? Is to consult in your vet, and the vet will be able to tell you the answers. But sometimes you can also see yourself that by the look of things, this bull has a problem and is likely not to be able to withstand the breeding season. Well, it's not going to be able to give you a higher conception rate. So you must look out for those problems, as they can develop from time to time. You may have a bull for 2-3 breeding season, and then after that you can have such problem. So you must always make sure that you monitor your bulls from time to time. Okay, and now I'm going to take you through to the bull testicles, the measurement. The smaller testicles are in the main associated with the poor quality and lower fertility. So some they may say that the bigger the better. So this bull circumference is very important. You must pay attention to that, and you must ensure that you get the right measurement, or the bull has a little bit, or if possible, the largest scrotum circumference as possible. As the smaller scrotum it will result into less production of sperm. So the bigger the better. And what do you use to measure the scrotum circumferences? You use the BAV tape. I don't know if most of you are familiar with that. This is a measurement or instrument that is used to measure the circumference of the scrotum, so that you can also be able to determine or make determination as to this ball will be able to perform to the optimal performance. So you must look out for that, and this applies for most Boss breed at working age of 18 to 24 months. Yes. So, but to see on what you see there on your screen, you can see there's a scrotum that is marked with a green tick. Is a green light to say this is what you should look out for. It's very well balanced, no structural abnormalities, no fast development. You don't want something like the second picture, or the second feature that you see on your slide is very too round. The third one is too long. The other one is small. The one is small testicle and is a little bit twisted. Hey, the other one is hairy. So you must look out for those abnormalities when you select your bull, so that you don't find yourself buying a bull that is not going to perform. So this is the realistic pictures that you can see on your screen. On your left there, you see the very hairy scrotum, and in your second slide you see on your right the twisted one, so that is abnormalities. I'll discuss it with you in a short while. And the other one there is too long, so we don't want to see that in your scrotum or in your ball, so you should select for something for a ball that has such a problem. The last one there, it accumulates a lot of fats which they have effect in terms of fertility of a ball. So those are some of the structural or physiologies that you will see from the ball, and you need to avoid by all means. And there's this one with twisted twisted scrotum. So this one is disorder that we call a testicular hypoplasia. So it's a disorder that affects balls and causes major economic losses due to the reduced fertility rates. So you must watch out for that disorder all the time. And one other thing that you must also pay attention to is the legs of a ball, because the legs plays a very important role in terms of balancing a ball when it walks. But number one, when it walks. Number two, also when it mounts, because when it mounts, it has to balance with the hind legs. So if the hind legs, they are not correctly balanced, you're bound to have a problem with your ball. You use it for one season, and the next season it has got injuries, and then that will affect your breeding season as well, and it tends to not to be able to satisfy all the heifers or the cows that are placed within the same year during the breeding season. You can see on your second slide there, the legs are too straight. So if the legs are too straight, then it will put more pressure on the knees. So meaning that you're bound to have a problem. So you don't want to have a ball that is like that. And the other one that has got some circled hooks. So there's no balance. There's no balance, especially during the breeding season, because it is going to need those two hind legs for balance. So and remember, it's not like the cows will be standing, and also the land is not balanced sometimes. So you need to have a ball that is well balanced in terms of legs. And the other one there, you see it has got bracket legs, and other one has got a hooked legs. So you don't want that. What you want is a correct angle of 140 to 150 degrees in your hind legs of a ball. And now the front legs, I mean, well, the front legs, the plumb line should dissect the knee bone so that the bull can have a proper balance. You don't want to have what you see on your slide, the second picture, the plumb line is outside of the knee. And then the third one shows that the plumb line is inside. It shouldn't be inside, it should actually be straight to the knee bone, so that it can give the ball a proper balance. And also the hoof. The hoof is also important, or the heel is very important, because that's what the cow would use during when it's walking and also when it's mounting. So it should be what you see on your left hand side is a green light. What you should look for when you select for the hooves, and also not only for the bulls, but it also applies for the cows as well across the spectrum. You don't want a straight heel, or you don't want the twisted heel, because it's going to be a problem for the heifers or for the cows when they have to walk. Now I'm talking about here of a replacement heifers, because as you can see on your screen now, we making projections with regard to the pelvic bone. The pelvic bone of a cow, it shouldn't be too slopey, and it shouldn't be flat, because that it will lead to problems such as difficulty in calving, that is your dystocia. Sometimes the cows will die. Sometimes you will have a problem. In some instances, from my own experience, we have a situation whereby we cannot be able to remove the the calf from the inside of the cow itself. So the only thing that you can do, and you can only call the vet, and then the vet can also come and try and see if they can help based on their expertise. So, but at times it takes too long, and then if the cow were not given enough attention, it tried to calve on its own, and then ultimately the calf dies inside, and then it gets to be rotten, and by the time you see it, it's too late. So you don't want that kind of situation. So when you're selecting for replacement heifers, please, please, please pay attention to the pelvic bones. The structure is very important. Now you see at your screen there is the real pictures. On your left is the flat ramp associated with dystocia, and then on your right is what you are looking for, the slopey ramp for ease of calving. So what is important also is the udder. The udder plays a very important role, especially to the calves during cycling period. So you don't want an udder that is skewed, or the udder that has got missing teeth, or the udder has got what we call the goat udder, only two teeth there. So that is problematic on its own. So what you're looking for is a very well balanced udder, easy for it to distribute the milk from all the fourth quarters, so that the cow can give enough provision of milk to the heifers during the growth period. So now we go to your October month. What do you look out for in October? Excuse me, just one round of drinking water. So what do you look out for in October? The heifers will continue to calve. Remember, they started in August. Now they are continuing. And mineral supplement is very important during this season. You must ensure you supplement for the mineral, because they are going to need that immediately after calving, because now they'll need to regroup. So you must supplement. The cows will start calving, only start calving in October, because they were mainly bred in December. But I'm also going to give some better clarity as we progresses. And the cows must calve in a body condition score of 3, in a 3 body condition score for a normal calving and a good reconception. That is very important. For a cow to be able to have a good or a quicker reconception is for it to be at a body condition score of 3 during calving period. So you must know that is very important, because that also have a role in terms of an interval of heat period. If a cow that it calves in a very poor condition score, it tends to take too long to be on heat. So you must know that, and you must ensure that you buy enough supplementary feeding to feed your cows, so that they don't lose their body condition in such a way that it's going to affect them just after calving. The reconception period is very important. Remember, what you want to achieve here is a 1 cow a year principle. That's what we're looking to achieve. So if you don't achieve that, you're gonna fall behind in terms of making profit. Remember, this is a business enterprise. Is your farm? You must consider it as a farming enterprise, a business. So you are running a business here. You are not just running a hobby, or you are actually, if anything, you are not running a hobby at all. It's a business enterprise. So you wouldn't want to have a cow that doesn't give you a calf in a year or 2. So that is a waste. Well, yes. So other things that you must look out for is the recording. Recording is very important. I just spoke to that as well now about recording. Told you that you must have a record keeping book in place, or record keeping system in place that will help you to record some of the things. Even if you are genius, you will never be able to remember each and every activities that you are doing in the farm. Some of them you'll forget. So with recording, you also need to have the ear text, because you can't record it if you don't have the ear text. You can't say the cow is black, the other one is blue, the other one is red, the other one is white. Then you're not going to remember. You're going to have a situation whereby you have even too many cattle. Even with 90 cattle, you can't remember. So you need to have the ear text or a recording system in place. The scale needs to be calibrated in such a way that it gives you the correct measurements when you weigh your calves. You must also ensure the correct recording of sex, and also sometimes you must also watch out for cows that swap some calves so that you don't have a problem. How can you manage that? You must make sure that you have enough people who are looking out for those cattle when they are giving birth, so that some of them, they don't switch their calves. So that is very important. And the provision of extra feed, if necessary, is very important. In this instance, you will have your production legs, which are more, they'll supply more energy to the cattle immediately after calving for regrouping. Right, now, very critical part, very important, I would say, the body condition score. The body condition score at calving, it determines when the first heat will occur after calving. So it has a very strong correlation. There's a very strong correlation between the body condition score and the heat period immediately after calving. So you must watch out for that. I got this from Afrivet. I must acknowledge them for their good work. As you can look from the first demonstration there, when the cow is at body condition score number 3, the cow can be able to be on heat immediately. First 60 days of their just after their calving, so they'll be able to be on heat, and that is what we are looking for, to be able to achieve that principle of one calf a year. So if you are calf, you find yourself in a situation whereby your calf are in body condition score 2.5, and it may delay your heat season for your cow, because the supplementary feed has got a very strong, significant correlation in terms of a heat period. It will only at times find yourself in a situation whereby the cow can only be on heat after 90 days. So this is exactly what we are not looking for. So it's a gamble. So nonetheless, you go to the last one, of which is a body condition score of 2. You can have your cow at 90 days without even going on heat. So we don't want to have something like that. What we want to achieve is to have your cow at 3 body condition score for it to be able to be on heat 60 days immediately after calving. I hope that message is across. Please make sure. That is very important. Now we get to November. What we do in November? You must look out for the following. Some cows will continue to calve in that period, and this is a very critical period for the preparation of heifers for the mating season, the breeding season, the breeding strategy. So normally, depending on your management program or your management area, depending also on the rainfall, because you don't want to breed during low rainfall times, because the grass will be very, very, very dry, and you need the grass to be green so that the animals can graze and gain a better body condition score. So at most, we breed our heifers at 24 months of age. So that will be roughly around 2 years. And then we subject to the ratio of 1 bull is to 25 heifers, because the heifer, the bull that will be placed with the heifers there, we assume it doesn't have enough experience. So, but then that is different with the cows. So the correct preparation have a positive effect on the conception rate. Monitor the body condition score by using the body condition score system. Heifer must be in good condition. The body condition score that is required thereof is 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 body condition score. That is what is required. So you must make sure that you have your heifers at that body condition score for it to be able to correlate positively with the conception rate. Remember, we discussed that the conception rate within the first 21 days, it must be 85%. 85% of your heifers that are with the bull in the first 21 days must be able to conceive. You must also put in place the summer leak supplementation, the production leaks, ensuring that the cow is not in a bad body condition score. And you must ensure also that you vaccinate for hard water so that you don't have such problems that they're going to interfere with your breeding program. And thereof, if you don't have the vaccine of a hard water disease, then you can block the calf that are 1 month old against the hard water using the low dose tetracycline medication. You can find that from your nearest cooperatives, the cooperations, you know them. So you just go there and ask them the vaccination for hard water. If not available, get the low dose tetracycline medication for hard water. This is the correlation that I wanted to show you, as you can see on your screen. In the middle there, okay, starting from your left, you see when the body condition score is at 2, the conception rate can only go up to 50. But as the body condition score increases, it goes to 2.25, 2.5, 2.75. It increases as the body condition score improves. So once it gets to anything between body condition score of 3 to 3.5, it remains above 90% conception rate. This is what we are looking out for. And then as it goes and increases much further and it decreases, especially when it gets to body condition score 4 or 4 or 4.25, 4.5, because the animal now is overfed. So the animal that is overfed, you must know that it may not correlate positively with the conception rate of the animals. So you must ensure that your animals, you have them in a body condition score that of 3 to 3.5. Aim for 3 to 3.5 for a better conception rate. Right. So this is a better demonstration for body condition score. I'm not gonna go much into details as to what is what, but you can see on your screen. Body condition score 1, it has got a very, 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 very extremely thin cow there. I doubt even if you take that cow for breeding, it will conceive. But maybe someone has seen such a case. The hips and the shoulder bones are prominent. The ribs are clearly visible. The tail head area is recessed and skeletal body is outlined. You don't want that. When it's at body condition score number 2, the backbone is visible, the hips and the shoulder bone are visible, the ribs are visible faintly, and the tail head are slightly recessed, and the body outline is bony. So you don't want that as well. But you may have some cases whereby some animals may conceive, but with struggle. So you don't want to gamble with that. What are we looking for? We're looking for body condition score number 3. That's what you see on your bottom, on the bottom of your slide. The hip bone is visible faintly, meaning that it's not that highly visible. And the rib is generally not visible. The hip, you can see the hip there on your screen. Is generally not that visible. And the tail head area is not recessed. You can see it's a little bit smoothly at the back. So that's what you are looking for. When you judge your animal, you must always look out for those features. And the body outline almost smooth. So you must have your cows and your heifers at breeding at that body condition score, not only at breeding, but also during calving season, because it also affects the reconception and also the period interval of heat period. What you see there on your slide is body condition score number 4 and number 5, of which is not ideal because the hip bones is not visible, the rib is not well covered, the head area are highly lumpy, and the body outline is very round. So according to the studies and the practicals, when the animals is in that body condition score of number 4 and number 5, it tend to correlate negatively with regard to the conception, and also with regard to especially during calving season, if it happens that the cattle is now pregnant, you're going to have problems in terms of calving difficulties. So you don't want to have such situations. Right. We are making progress. Now we are getting to your December, your Christmas time, the happy time, the family time. So during this season is a season where we preferably start breeding with the cows. What are the cows? The cows are cattle, female cattle that have already calved once. So those are cows. Middle of the month, that's when we choose to start doing the breeding. It's the breeding season, which takes up to 63 days, and meaning that it's a 21 days times 3 of ostrich settling. And the ratio thereof is it increases to 30 to 40 cows per bull, but that will also, you must also be cautious of that because it also depends on the quality of the bull and also the experience. It can be less than that, depending on the features, on also on the quality of the bull. You will have to have the veterinary evaluation, the breeding soundness evaluation to make determinations on whether the ratio should remain at 25, should go to 30, or should go stretch it up to 40. So that should be up to you. You must make some determination based on the realistic approaches that based on what you have in your farm. So during this setting, you must also sell the unproductive cows because you don't want to keep something that is not going to give you money. Really, you don't want to keep that because why you are headman, if you have a headman in the rural areas, is going to need what we call payment, salary, every month. Whether your animals are conceiving, whether animals are dying, you have to pay that person. If you are in a commercial setup, you're going to have to pay the manager, you're going to have to pay the staff. There's a whole lot of financial implications that are included in that. So to keep the animal that is not going to give you any profit, so it's sort of like waste of time. So you must ensure that all animals that are declared unproductive are sold as conveniently as possible. So you must also ensure that you vaccinate for the hard water during this season, and if no vaccine, you can use the low dose tetracycline again. Now, just before I move on to January, you must remember that, just to highlight more, the cows and the heifers, they are not bred or mated in the same season for the simple reason because the heifers, they are bred for the first time. So we need to give them time for them to be able to recover immediately after calving, because they will have problems of calving difficulties, reproductive organs problems. So you need to give them time to recover. So with the cows, because they've already gave birth to 1, 2, 3 or more calves, so at least they know, they have the experience, and the reproductive tract or reproductive system is already it went through that experience before. So therefore we expect it to be able to cope with the shock. And in January, January and March, you must look out for the following. That is in the main end of your breeding season for heifers, which will take up to 42 days. Some can extend it to more than that, but I will tell you, it will only make sense and a business sense and enterprise sense to leave it up until, or to limit it up to 42 days, because a heifer that is not able to conceive within the first 21 days, well, it's okay, we're giving it second choice. But second choice, it will be within the 42 days. And if it's not, then meaning that there's a problem with your heifer, then you will have to consider selling it, or you have to consider evaluating it. So there's no need for you to give it too many options, because then obviously there's a fertility problem with the heifer, if not with the bull. So you must also be think out of box when you make determinations in these ones. An end of breeding season for the cows, it would normally be mid-February, or at some point towards end of mid-March. So it will take up to 63 days, preferably. Others will extend it to 92 days, of which I don't support it myself. I support the 63 days one because it makes a business sense, because now you know you gave it 3 chances. So if it doesn't conceive within those 3 chances, meaning it has a problem, you must understand it. It has a problem, and you can't solve the problem. You must sell it. You must sell it to the market and get the money, and use the money to do other things in their farm. It's either buying supplementary feeding that are required, it's either buying other replacement heifers. There are a lot of financial implications that, because in any way, if you keep it for that long, that will mean that you're gonna still have to feed it. You're gonna still have to vaccinate it or either treat it when it has diseases. There's a lot of management implication that you're still gonna need for that particular animal that doesn't give you anything, that is not able to conceive and it takes time to conceive. So you must make sure that you put those elements into consideration. During this season also, one other thing that you must consider is to order the feeds for winter, because now we are preparing for winter now during this time. So during this time of January and March, we are preparing for winter. So you must put more of your budget on buying feed, because in winter, you're gonna need those feed because the animals will be pregnant. They will need to also maintain their body condition score. They will need also to get all those nutritional requirements. Your protein supplementation will also be required. Then you also need to vaccinate for broad spectrum clostridial disease that will include the black quarter, the botulism, and the anthrax. So those are very important to vaccinate for because they can also have effect in terms of your production or your breeding season. So make sure those ones are vaccinated for. And in April, we are nearing towards the end of the presentation. In April to May, you must look out for those elements as well. You must make sure that you invite the veterinary or the vet to do the pregnancy test, the pregnancy diagnosis, to check how many of your cattle that were in breeding season are pregnant, and how many and how long they are pregnant, how many of them they took too long to be pregnant. And those ones which, this is very key, it's very critical when you're selecting, especially with the replacement heifers. Those ones that were able to conceive within the first 21 days, when you select for the replacement heifers, you must select from those ones. Because why? Because it tells you that those heifers, they are able to conceive within a short space of time. So you must select for them so that you can use them in future as the breeding stock. So, and those ones which they took too long to conceive, then you can, it's up to you, but if you want to sell the pregnant heifers, you can consider selling those ones. So the purpose of having a vet to do pregnancy tests is for you to be able to know, to facilitate optimal feeding and care for pregnant animals in a positive way. So this is to also provide a clear way to breed the animals that are in negative cases if you want to breed them. So it gives you a clear way, but also what I've just alluded to, it gives you a clear way as well as to when you can start selling, which group of animals that you need to sell. That will also depend on the threshold of which ones conceive first and which ones conceive later. So that is very critical. It's very important to pay attention to those things. You must also ensure that you do them for internal parasite so that they don't interfere with your animal body condition score or your animal health in general. So what does that tell you? It tells you that if you are having a breeding program, if you are implementing a breeding program, this is very much linked to nutrition and also to what? To animal health. So those things, they go hand in hand. You must ensure that you have both in good authority. You have both in all of them, three of them in place, so that one doesn't affect the other. So now I'm just going to take another sip of water. Okay, so now we are in May. So under normal circumstances, during this period is a winning period of calves, and what is winning? Winning is essentially separating the calf from their mom. So at times you experience calves that are having some weaning shock. Some farmers are using the nose ring to keep the animals with their mother while they are not able to suck. So that also helps to minimize the weaning shock. The crib feeding also plays an important role in terms of making sure that the animal stomach is adapting very well to the feed or to the supplementary feeding or the feedlot feed. So you must make sure that you do that to ensure that your cows don't experience some stress in the main. Sometimes you'll have them having problems in terms of anemia. You must make sure that within that time you give them enough animal health support so that it doesn't happen that they then have problems of adaptation. Well, you must also ensure that you weigh them immediately after calving. Why are we weighing them? Remember, most of the farmers, most of the time when we make money or when we sell cattle, we make more money on winners, because winners, we didn't spend a lot of money on it. We just got it from its mom, and then it got milk and and then immediately after 7 months to 8 months, and then you can sell it. You didn't spend a lot of money in terms of medication, in terms of supplementary feeding. You understand? So you would like to, if you want to make money, want to sell more winners than selling the older cattle. So that is a tip on its own. So you must write it down. So, but another thing is, when we select for breeding, we're breeding for animals that they give us low body weight during breeding, during calving, and they give us a very good winning weight. Because when we're selling winners, we are selling the weight. So it must be good weight. But the problem with high weight or higher weight during calving is because it also have an influence in terms of calving difficulties. We don't want bigger calves at calving period. We want smaller ones that they can easily come out. We are looking for the calving is in terms of calving period. But then in terms of winning, we're looking for higher winning weight. But that it depends, it varies across the breeds. It depends from one breed to the other. So, but yes. And the other thing is, the cows should win heavily calved. Exactly what I just alluded to. The higher winning weight. That's what we're looking for. And you must also, why winning? Select the replacement heifers. I'm not going to allude to this. I just spoke to you about the replacement heifers. You must cull reproductively poor cows and heifers. You must just look out for those features that you see. Now, this one is not conceiving earlier. This has got a poor structural problem. That you must look for the other developments. So you must cull those problems, those animals with those problems, because they are going to affect your profit in the long run. And last thing that you must also do, you must vaccinate all heifers for the brucellosis. So that you don't have heifers having problems of abortions during just after the breeding season. So you must make sure that you prepare them in time. Between the age of 4 to 8 months, you must vaccinate for brucellosis. That is a must do. You must make sure that you vaccinate for that everywhere you are. Now we are going to June and you are July. In June, you want to start branding your animals. You must have your brand marking ions in place so that you can start branding your cattle. You have some problems whereby I thought the network was a problem. I hope you are still, yes, you can still hear me. Okay, you'll have some problems whereby the animals that you branded, the letters that are there, they over time disappear. So you don't want that kind of situation, but you also need to have your brand marking certificate in place to do that. Right, then we go to July. Look out for the following in July: supplementation of vitamin A, of which is very important for, especially it plays a very crucial role in terms of fertility. And you must also vaccinate for the lumpy skin disease for both cows and the breeding bull, because it affects both of them in terms of fertility. So you must ensure that they are vaccinated during this period to ensure that they don't experience any problems. Right, this is last month of the breeding program. So now this is August. Look out for the following. Number one, prepare the books for the calving season. This is the calving season for the This is not a calving season, it's a month before the calving season for the heifers. Remember, the heifers start calving in September. So you must ensure that you prepare the books, everything is in place, your system are in place. You're going to take a very accurate record keeping, ensuring that you don't make mistake along the way. You must also take note that between 70 to 80% of the total growth of your calf inside the cow take place in this 60 days, in the last 60 days of calving. So meaning that during the last 2 months of calving, you must ensure that your animals, they get necessary supplementation, nutritional supplements. They also don't have any problems in terms of diseases. You must make sure that whatever is required to make sure that the animal has a good body condition score is in place as well. So that the development of fetus, especially the supplementation of selenium and vitamin A, is very crucial during this period, because it also enhances the growth and development of the fetus. So you must ensure that the supplementation of that is there in place. The breeding bowl, you can start buying a breeding bowl if you don't have, or replace those ones that you have, because you may have noticed some problems with them at the early stages. And those ones in good condition, you can keep them, and you can cull and sell animals that have problems, or they are unproductive, or you foresee them that they are not going to give you any good results in terms of breeding. So you have right to sell those ones. And lastly, you need to vaccinate against the 3-day stiffness. 3-day stiffness is very crucial to vaccinate for that, especially during this period, because it has got a temporary effect on the bull fertility. So it affects the bull fertility, and also to a certain degree also the heifer fertility. So ensure that you vaccinate for that, and it also affects the milk production during the calving period. So you don't want to have such an experience. Well, now now it's the supplementary feed. I'm gonna give you the supplementary feed that you need to give on a month-to-month basis. On the summer leaks, you need to give supplementary. The summer leaks are required from November to April, and the winter leaks, they are required from May to October. So your summer leaks, you'll recall, it means it's gonna be your production leaks, it's gonna be a phosphorus supplementation to ensure that your animals, they gain much strength and development. And your winter leaks, it will include, amongst others, the protein supplement. The winter supplements is the protein supplements, because the grass is dry. You need something to help to digest that grass. You can get that from your nearest cooperative. Yes, so you must ensure that you supplement for that during that period. The winter, that is your winter leaks, right? So these are some tips that I want to give to you in terms of how to manage your farm. The recommendations that I want to give to you is that age at first mating for your heifers, it must be anything between 18 and 24, because the issue is that if you made them much earlier, they may have problem in terms of reconception. So some of them, at some instances, they don't reconceive at all because they were bred much earlier, or they take much longer. So you shouldn't allow it to get to that far. And the recommended body weight at mating, it should be anything between 320 to 360 kg. And the gestation period, as you would know, it takes up to 285 days. And your ostrich saddle is 21 days. Either heifers or cows is always 21 days. So you must always put that in your record. Even if it extend, it shouldn't extend for far too long. Yeah. So calving to weaning, it must be 6 to 8 months. So 6 to 8 months. Some they can strictly put it to up to for 7 months. Some they say 8 months. depending on your management strategy, but you must also watch out that you don't keep your calf for too long with their dams or their mom, because then they're gonna be cycling, taking some nutrients that will in effect affect the body condition score of the cow. So that is to facilitate the process in such a way. Remember, by that period, your cow will also be pregnant. So meaning that the cow spends most of its life being pregnant. So during that period, you must ensure that the cow is in good condition score. So your cows must still weaned so that they can also be given time to go and adapt to a new environment whereby you're going to be giving supplementary feeding and all that. And the breeding period for the heifers, it ranged from 42 to 62 days, depending on your management programs. Like I alluded to, that preferably I'll keep it to 42 days, but it's up to you if you want to extend it to 62 days. Maybe if you have some other evaluations that you are still want to check. And for the cows, it ranges from 63 to 91 days. 63, it will be 21 days times 3. So it's a 3 cycles. So some they will extend it to 91 days, of which is not ideal, but it's up to you if you want to do it that way. But you must also watch out if it's going to work for you in terms of profit, or what are you actually looking for? Because the cow has been first cycle didn't conceive, second cycle didn't conceive, third cycle didn't conceive. But it's, like I said, it's not one size fit all. Maybe under other circumstances, you are forced to extend it to 91 days. So, but yeah, you must always make sure that you understand the advantages or the critical points around that. And at least, like the principle says, you must have 1 calf per year. And to achieve that, you must select for cows and heifers that are able to conceive within shorter space of time. If it's for the heifers, they must, at least 85% of them must conceive within 21 days. You understand? So if it's cows, must conceive within 60, I mean, they must, 60% of them, they must conceive within the first 21 days. For example, if you have got 10 cows, in a breeding season, at least, let's say, at least 6 of them must conceive within the first 21 days. If the bull doesn't have a problem, if the cows doesn't have a problem of body condition score, that should be applicable. So you must watch out for those things. Well, in conclusion, so I'm just going to give you my conclusion remarks with regard to overall presentation, overall breeding strategy. So my recommendation is that summer breeding season is usually better than the winter breeding season for the obvious reasons, because during summer, you have your rainfall, your grass is green, there's a lot of protein and vitamin A on the grass. You don't have to invest more money on buying supplementary feeding. So therefore, the animal can be able to graze on its own and gain an acceptable body condition score of 3, and they can conceive as early as possible. So whereas when in the winter period, you're going to have to invest more money on the supplementary feeding, ensuring that your animals, they are in a good body condition score, even though you don't have to buy medication for tick control, but the feed is very expensive. You must put into consideration, the feed is very expensive. So if you're going to put more money on your feed, then meaning that you going to have to see how much profit are you going to make out of that, because it's all about the profit. It's not about the numbers. Well, the numbers go hand in hand with a profit. We always say that for those who are in feedlot, the feedlot is the numbers game, but it must always complement the amount of money that you spend in terms of feeding, because the feed is expensive. So therefore, I recommend that you use the summer breeding season. But if you feel like this winter breeding season is going to work for you, you're more than welcome to go for that. But you must put in consideration the advantages, the disadvantages of that, so that you don't find yourself in a situation whereby you are losing more on your profit. And the timing of breeding is very important. The timing of breeding is very important. You must always ensure that the timing goes in hand in terms of your conception rate. Is it not going to affect your conception rate? When is going to be your calving season if you breed from November? When are you going to have your calving season? It must always be complementary cycle. The cycle must complement itself. It shouldn't be a cycle whereby it's contradicting. And when it's a calving season, you're having problems in terms of this and that. No, it must be something that is practical. You must always strive for cows that are they've got easy calving, or calving is, and they calve annually, 1 calf per year, and the growth of calf, the calf that grows faster. That is for winning weight also. The growth of calves that we are looking for the winning weight, not the calves that grow faster when they are still in the system, in the stomach of their dams. No. The cows must grow faster immediately after born, not before, because if it's before, then you're going to have problems in terms of calving difficulties. Right. So, and the cows must always be in good body condition score at the start of mating season. We recommend that the body condition score must be anything between 3 and 3.5 body condition score. That is complementary, not only to the reconception rate, but also is complementary to the calving season. The calving season and the breeding season is very important. So if you have your cow in that body condition score, so you'll have better results as compared to when you have it below that or above that. And that brings us to the end of our presentation, everyone. Appreciate so much your attention, and it takes us to a session of discussion, a discussion session whereby we're gonna ask for clarity, and feel free to raise up your hand. Right. I'm just gonna stop sharing my slide, and I'm going to you are more than welcome to raise up your hand. Let me stop sharing my slide. Any question, any clarity, any comment? You're welcome to unmute yourself, raise up your hand, and then I'll recognize you, and then you can. I see Ramoli Fonda. I see your hand is up. You can ask a question, and you can also maybe you can also put your camera on so that people they can see who's speaking.
Oh wow, okay. Should I put on my camera? I don't know, I'm feeling shy. Hi, I hope you're good. Thank you for the wonderful session, ma'am. I was just wondering if it will be possible for you to share the presentation with us on the chat, because I did notice that quite a few people did ask for it on the chat.
Oh, yes. We gonna send the presentation. We also have this whole session recorded. So we're gonna share with everyone immediately after this session. So we have everything recorded. Everyone is gonna get it as a record.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone with a question, a comment, a recommendation, or anything of that sort? Vuyo, I see Vuyo. Can you unmute yourself if possible? Can you also put on your camera so that people can see you?
Hey, I'm also a little bit shy here. But let me see what I can do. Dr. Ernest, thank you very, very much for this presentation. It's been actually very, very, very enlightening. You've made things very, very for us to understand, as well as, articulate and find a way to even create our own programs. I wanted to ask something though. Is it possible that you guys also have a already a put together, what do they call this thing? Like an Excel spreadsheet or one for like the year. Because I've seen AfriVet sometimes and other companies, they already have ones that they've already created.
Okay, you took into the spreadsheet with regard to the breeding program or with regard to health program?
Both, now that you're mentioning health, or one of both.
Okay, yes. All right. We actually have now a draft of a health program that we're gonna also start giving to our farmers, but it's not yet finalized, but it's in the pipeline. So we actually want to give it to the farmers so that we can also guide them on how to when to vaccinate for diseases, and then what type of diseases are that you need to vaccinate for. All those things that need to be taken care of, especially in terms of diseases or animal health. So we have that as well. And then with regard to the general management program, we don't yet have that, but I can say we're going to have a discussion to see to it that how can we better come up with a program that we can always try to circulate to our farmers in our database so that they can easily be able to use that as a starting point for their farms and see if that is applicable, and if anything that can help them to improve their management in their farms. Yes, I hope I answered your questions.
Most definitely. Fully.
I see Rama is also. Rami, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Good morning to I'm not going to show myself because the room I'm in is not that clear. You won't see me. However, thank you very much, Ernest, for this very, very informative session. At the same time, I was evaluating my own system and how I'm doing things on my own farm in terms of cattle management, cattle breeding, and everything that you've said. It's very, very informative and eye-opening. Now, my question is, are we gonna see you sharing information with us in the future, or this was the beginning and the end?
Thank you. Well, thank you firstly for the compliments and the comments. Yes, this is actually the beginning. It's the beginning of everything. We actually have been visiting some farmers in our institute, whereby we do some farm visit. We try to guide them in terms of disease control, in terms of supplementary feeding, in terms of what is the structures that they need to look out for when they select a quality bull, the vaccination that they need to put in place, what are the diseases that are found in their areas. So this is the beginning. So it's just one of our first webinar, but there's still more coming. We still want to engage with you farmers to ensure that whatever information that we're giving you here, you can be able to use it to improve your farms in your specific areas. We also meet some of the farmers in our Farmers Days, whereby we interact with them, even though it's just a short presentation, because we are limited for time in the Farmers Days, but we are able to share with them whatever information that we think at that particular time is important for them to know. And it doesn't end there. We also have some study group as well, whereby we go with some other stakeholders. We go to present, for example, let's say we can say tick control, and then after presenting the dynamics on how to control ticks, the other stakeholders who have got the medication, they will present their medication on their side. So we are partnering with a lot of institution or industry experts to ensure that we facilitate the growth of emerging farmers in particular, because those are the ones who are still lacking in terms of information. So this is not, to answer your question, it's not the end, it's the start. More is still coming. We also gonna try to save everyone, because remember, with everyone who's attending this session, we have all your data. So we're going to put that in our database. And then every time when we have some events or we have some webinars, we're going to try to sort of like invite you guys so that you can be part of it. We're going to have a different topic. For example, next time we're going to have a topic where we speak of how to we're going to speak about, for example, feedlot environment, how to transform from emerging farmer to feedlot, how to transform from emerging to commercial. There's variety of topics that we would like to discuss with you farmers, but we can only do that one step at a time. Pardon me. So one step at a time. So it's a starting point. We're still going far with it. Hope I answered your question.
Oh, yes, you did. And just one thing.
Yes, you can go ahead, Rama.
Yeah, I was saying you have answered my question. I'm happy for that. I'm also because I'm a farmer, I'm also the Free State chairperson for Red Meat, AFASA Red Meat in the province. So I would like to have future in how you can help us in the Free State so that we help the red meat in the Free State.
Sorry, Rama, your line was a little bit crackling. I couldn't hear part of your question. Can you repeat that again?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm saying I'm a farmer and I'm also the provincial chairperson for AFASA Red Meat in the province, in the Free State. So I would like to have further interaction with your institution and to and try to work together in the Free State.
Absolutely. Okay, that's a very great one. Yes, you can. Well, you can. You received the link for this webinar, right? You can reply to the email that you have received and send us your details, and then we'll take it from there in terms of communication as to where to from here. Have I answered your question, Rama? Thank you. Tobile, you can now switch on your mic and it's your time to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Absolutely, very well clear.
Okay, my question is on vaccines. I just want to know, can I use 2-3 vaccines in 1 year, let's say for hot water or for abortions?
In 1 year?
In
Yes,
1 year,
yes. You can absolutely use different vaccines. Remember, I told you that you must vaccinate for brucellosis. That is in the same year. You can vaccinate for anthrax. You can vaccinate for botulism. So yes, the answer is yes. You can always, but you can always. What I can tell you as farmers, you must make sure all the time you read the leaflet, because remember, the vaccination are made by service providers and no one has any control over that. So they can one day decide to add something that maybe says, for example, do not vaccinate pregnant heifers. I'm giving an example. Yes, you must always ensure that you revisit your leaflets before you vaccinate, so that you know what are the precautions that you need to pay attention to, so that you don't find yourself that you vaccinated or you treated an animal with a certain medication, and then later on the animals are bored or the animals experience some serious illness, or it happens that it dies, and only after the aftermath, then you can now realize that no, I actually didn't follow the instruction. The instruction were such that I shouldn't vaccinate for pregnant cattle. I shouldn't. Always make sure that you read the leaflets. The leaflet can change over time. The medication leaflet or instruction can always change. You must ensure that you read the leaflets so that you don't have problems. Because even with myself, I can say, for example, with this vaccine, it says no, you must not vaccinate for pregnant heifers. But tomorrow they can change. You see, so you must always try to read it first before you use it. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks. No, I'm answered. Just one more question. Just one more question. Can I shoot?
Yes, please. Yeah, welcome.
Okay. I want to know, man, I have a problem, especially this time of the year. I have about 7 cows who delivered, and then I had to assist in 2. And then there's something like a mucus when they deliver, and it is yellowish in color. Sometimes you can see that the calf is about to be suffocated. Last year I lost one, then it suffocates. What is the reason for that yellow mucus that comes during the birth? And you see as it covers the calf sometimes. What could be the problem there? Is it the
It
water?
covers-
The feed?
And when did the cow give birth?
I've got 7 calves, which are about 3 weeks.
They're about 3 weeks, so meaning then they gave birth during, let's say 3 months ago. Oh, no, 3 weeks ago, sorry. So
Yeah.
they gave birth during winter season. And what about your supplementary feeding?
Yes, I did my homemade, which is made. It's a mixture of it's a mustard 20 salt,
Mhm.
maize, and molasses meal.
Okay. And in terms of supplementary feeding, then in terms of do you have vaccination program in place for diseases? Because it can be possible that this is as a result of either the feeding or the diseases.
Okay.
So, but to be much more accurate, I would suggest that you send me an email so that I make follow-up with regard to your case, because I don't want to make speculations on things that, because I don't even have photos of what you're talking about. Let's make a proper follow-up. Just send me a reply to the email that send you the link for the webinar. I will make follow-up with that, and then we can see what the problem is, and then surely be able to sort it out if possible.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay.
I see Tabila, you can lower your hand, and Vuyo, you can unmute yourself, and the platform is yours.
Yeah, sorry to bother you guys again. I actually wanted to ask something just for like my own personal reasons. Just that can we, maybe the next time you guys are talking, can we go into how technology can be integrated into some of these systems, or at least our breeding program throughout the year, and what technologies we can also implement? You know, we're watching like what's happening around the world. We see what's happening in China, in Russia, in the US, Brazil. You know, sometimes you feel like we're 10,000 years behind. But, you know, we'd like to see what other technologies that do exist that maybe we can then find ways to get cheaply, but that we can use to make our jobs easier in monitoring and measuring with regards to the breeding program.
Absolutely. That's you are very much on point. We're gonna try to have a presentation that's gonna focus mainly on the technologies that one can use, and also to give some insight in terms of the advantages and the disadvantages, because I think it's only fair to give you information and also give you the insight of it as to how it's going to benefit you. What are the shortfalls of the new method that will be in place and all that. So we'll absolutely look into that, and I can assure you that in future we're going to have such a presentation. It's just going to be a complementary presentation to what we just discussed today. Yes, absolutely, you're going to have that. Hope I answered you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tobile, can you lower your hand, or unless you still have a question? And the platform goes to...
I don't have a question. I'll lower my hand.
Okay. And then Kiaubaka, can you take the platform?
Okay. Greetings, Dr. Ernest. Firstly, before I raise the question, I just want to say thank you for the very insightful session. I also just want to say we just spoke about technology now, and Recently, I've also had engagements with you where I was selected upon the Mandela 67 minutes. And I'm thankful for that as well. You know, I won the 67 straws with your enterprise. And the challenge that I then got into is that I haven't really been using I've been using a bull. You know, I've never really been doing artificial insemination. So I'm raising this since we're talking about technology as well, and webinars are very useful, but also limited to a certain extent. Like if we're talking now about artificial insemination, that is not, in my view, something really that would be best trained on a webinar. Are you guys offering any practical sessions as well? Do you engage with other farmers, and how far is the training restricted or limited as far as the practicality side of it, things like that require real face-to-face engagements, such as this as an example? But obviously, some of them are really like a kettle breeding one. This session was very insightful and can be done in this platform, but some of them require a different platform. Do you guys engage in, is there a plan in the future to be engaging in such? And also, I see that a couple of guys are actually getting or requiring some technical expertise. You're here. Is that an open option? Can one reach out to you and get some advice? You mentioned the database that you're building, and yeah, what's the vision on it? In terms of, yeah, what is the vision going forward from there? But yeah, generally, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Giawaga. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for being one of the two farmers who won 67 semen from the RMI TED on the Mandela Day. So congratulations. I hope this will make an impact in your farming enterprises. Yes, with regard to the practicality of training that we have on our webinars, I would say yes, you are spot on when you say some of the trainings cannot be done on the webinar or online, because by their nature they require more of practical. So you mentioned the artificial insemination. Obviously, then with artificial insemination is a skill development program. So you need to be trained how to do it practically. So, well, you are quite right. So we actually gonna sort of like see to it, because we actually from the previous years used to have programs for artificial insemination. I will take this query to the training manager, and then she will make determination with regard to that, because we already have trainings that are running that are more of a skills development trainings. And then we also have the management trainings, of which are basic health management, health management, the list goes on. So those trainings we do have across the country. And with regard to the inquiry part of it, like you just said, you more than welcome to contact us or to contact me if you have got any problem in your farm, like the farmer that I just spoke to, who said his calf, it has got problem just after calving. You can just send me pictures, and then we can work around it and see what the problem is, and then I'll give you advice based on what you are saying from your own experience. And we also have, like I mentioned previously, the farm visit, whereby we visit the farmers straight. We just see your farm facilities, we see your body condition score of your cattle, the nutritional status, the diseases that are found in your area, the structure of your bulls, the structure of your cattle. Is everything going very well according to the plan? We also provide the farmers with the measuring tapes that we're still working on now. It's not yet out. We're going to be providing them with the measuring tape. So there's quite a lot going on. But with regard to your question of inquiry, you are more than welcome to inquire with me. I will always, even if I'm busy, I'll always make sure that I get back to you, and then help you accordingly. I hope I answered your questions. I see, Gilbert, your hand is up. Can you? Yes.
Mr. Makua.
Yes,
Hello?
yes, Gilbert. Gilbert?
You can hear me now. Hello?
Gilbert?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your line is a little bit crackling. I don't know if you're moving around or something.
Yeah, I'm on my way now to the next meeting. I'm just trying to find out. You are introducing AI. Is there any advanced machines that could help farmers to perform that AI? Because with my little experience, we are left behind because AI, we are still doing it. It's still done by a few, and the disadvantage is that it will not reach everybody who wants to get to the system where he can improve his head. Is there any other technology that is advanced that could help all the farmers to be able to do it on their own? Or is there any other course that could enhance everybody who wants to do that?
Thank you for the question, Gilbert. At this point in time, we don't have any other technology that is a counter technology that we can use instead of using artificial insemination. But that is something that we can look into in future to see if there's anything that we can use that can give better results compared to AI. We'll definitely look into that, and once we realize that or we come into conclusion that that is the best way forward, we'll absolutely make sure that we present to the farmers and then guide them as to what is the application or practical way of doing it, and what are the shortfalls and what are the advantages as compared to the previous methods. Yeah. So I guess this is something that we need to look into going forward. Hope I answered your question, Gilbert.
Yes, you answered my question, but there's still one last to go through. With the advancement of technology, did you ever consider of trying to help us farmers with the one thing, pregnancy test, the natural one which you put your hand, leave us with more unresolved answers and speculations more than the quality answers? Is there any other way where RMI TED will meet somebody halfway and give training on saying how do we get to do the pregnancy tests and what is the available technology that could help the farmers?
Okay, thank you for the question. At the moment, we don't have such a mechanism in place to help the farmers in terms of pregnancy test. But this is a very good point. It's something that it's worth looking into. I'll just report to my seniors about that and see if that is possible in future, even if not in the near future, but if it's possible at all to look into or to try to see if we can help where possible. But at this point in time, we don't have such a mechanism to do it that way. I just know that there are other institutions that are doing it already that I won't mention now, but it's something that it will obviously facilitate a better progress for the emerging farmers or for the farmers at all. So it's really an important mechanism that one need to have, especially the emerging farmers. Especially if you want to implement a breeding program, you will need to do a pregnancy test, and without the pregnancy test, and you're just going to assume sometimes you get it wrong. Yes, hope I answered.
Can I put my last question there, sir?
Okay, let's do it, Gilbert.
In regard to making straws from bowls, which is also a secret for successful farmers. because I assume if you are able to draw straws from your bulls and sell them, and also draw straws from your bull and do AI, it enhances or advances you better. What is the step that the RMI TED is going to implement to help farmers with how to get straws from their bulls first? Secondly, how to store them and how to sell them if you have to sell them.
Okay.
Because it's a part of business that we have not been into. We just know that you've got a bull, you use it for 3 months. Some people use the bull for the whole year using technology.
Okay. Yes. That's a very also profound point as well. Well, we actually don't have any training, or well, not training per se, but any mechanism to at this point in time. Your questions are very good, but at this point in time, we don't have we will need to sort of like find out, because we are working with other industry experts who knows much better on how to get a semen from a cow, and then how to store it, how to put it in there. But that will take someone who institute that is already doing it now as we speak, rather than to start from scratch. And you're gonna need sort of like the capacity to be able to do that in terms of training, educating people, and then also the equipment that need to be used for that particular program. So yes, now we can look into it, because now you raised it, number one, but we also gonna try to see if there's any content that we can put in place into just to give the farmers as to what to look out for, how can you better use this and all that. So yeah, it's a good point we're going to look into as well.
Good there.
Thank you, Gilbert. I see Nadia. Nadia, do you have a question? I think now we are about to close our session. I would like to thank everyone who attended the session. I hope that the information that we shared today and the discussion that we had, they're gonna make impact in your farms. Hope to see you in the near future. We're gonna have another webinar in the near future. The message will be distributed. I hope this is not for the last time we engage. And you're always welcome to send your questions or any other inquiries to the training email that you received, and we can always follow up on that. So much appreciated. Hope you enjoy your day going forward, and you don't forget to implement what we have learned today. Thank you, much appreciated. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.